Captain's log, Stardate 55515.9. Tenshi has entered the FGS 6782 system to begin a resurvey of the system since its last survey on Stardate 7257.2 by USS Venture under Captain Morgan Avery. Repairs have been completed to our holodecks 1 and 2 after the tragic events that took place there. In the meanwhile, we've been able to come up upon the third planet in the system, which, according to long-range sensors, is a Class M planetoid, and records, anyway, should say. According to the Venture's report, it seemed to show that the planet was home to a lost civilization that died out several millennia ago. There were no signs of who built the structures, and none were found during their mission, aside from an ancient stone henge that seems to still remain. Also of note, the planet is plagued by, according to a report, random ion storms that nearly took out the lives of an away team the Venture had sent when attempting to beam them back from the surface. Captain Avery noted in log that this henge, if you will, should warrant further study, though since that time no ship was reassigned to study it or its unique properties. The Venture was reported to sustain some battle damage after an engagement with an unknown entity that and returned to DS-17 for repairs. Though one wonders what the delay has been and what shall remain once we arrive. End log. All right, Vogel. Sensor sweep of the area. Let's verify our records with our current scans.
Way ahead of you, Captain. And I'll do my sensor sweep. I was typing that as soon as you said it. All right. I think I just rolled this straight up.
In theory.
Ship is still a sensor boat, right? Or did we change some stuff around?
Still a sensor boat, I think.
Yeah, high advanced and high resolution.
Excellent. Nice little way to gain some momentum, too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm not too loud for you guys, am I?
Nope.
Not yet, no.
New hardware. I want to make sure everything sounds right.
Ah.
Or newish. Captain, this appears to be a typical Class M planet with animal and plant life that you'd expect to find on such. I am having a little difficulty trying to get accurate sensor readings around the Henge structure itself.
Cause?
I guess that'll be question 2 then, Prax. I'm detecting some type of geological interference, attempting to isolate. I guess that'll be the third question. Can I isolate where that interference is coming from?
It's coming from the holodeck. God.
God.
Someone just replicated a bunch of neutronium. You can't do that. Well, someone did, so...
It appears that there is something around the Henge site itself that is causing the interference, Captain.
Does that conform with previous records, or is this a new phenomenon?
Referencing with the Venture logs. This might be a... This might be a momentum? Okay, so yes, it is consistent.
Okay.
However, the Venture was not able to complete their survey as it was cut short.
Commander Solon, are you familiar with the Venture? This seems to be more from your time period than ours.
That ship is not familiar to me, Captain.
What is the logs? What class of ship was the Venture?
According to Modiphius, it's a galaxy.
Surprised the Constitution couldn't sit through the mission. Those things were built weather pretty much everything. Well,
It was indeed a sturdy class of vessel.
Although who knows what they faced that drove them away from the planet.
Speaking of the challenges the Venture faced, Lieutenant Sarissa, can you provide a tactical analysis of the entity they encountered and it reappears while we're here?
If it reappears, yes. I can do my best.
Can you provide an analysis from the Venture's log so that we can be prepared?
Do they have prior scans of the vessel that engaged them?
I don't even think that they said it was a vessel.
Yeah. Let's see. Looking at the report, this is vague. They didn't know what was happening. They didn't stick around to take a good look either. So it'd be difficult to get any particular judgment from it. It might have been some gaseous entity.
some more life form, less a starship.
Maybe.
That's the feeling I got from what little there was in the captain's part of the log. It felt very... if it was a starship, they would have referenced frame, size, scale, that sort of thing.
It could be a life form, or it could be a specific type of weapon that we're not familiar with. I don't know.
Check the computer. Is Captain Avery still alive at present? A bit of a long shot. And I doubt most of the crew. A computer, were there any Vulcans serving aboard the ship that are currently alive? Or any other similar long-lived species? I'm looking for crew that were present and serving on the ship, but were long-lived enough that they would still be alive. So narrowing field to species that would still be rather lucid in their old age rather than ones at the tail end of their lifespans. Vogel, see if you can get me a connection with this commander. Having a report from an officer that was on the scene may give insights that the captain may have missed.
I start looking for his location so that we may open up a comms channel.
Looks over at Solon. Some species can get into venerable age, but not all species do very well when they get to the elder stage of their lifespan. Don't get talking to a rather elderly Cation. They will bore you to death with every little story they've ever run into. Very wise, very philosophical, but not terribly relevant to the point that you're usually trying to ask them about. And that's a conversation with my father I'm going to have later. Hooray. He just shakes his head like, oh no.
I was about to say, somewhat in a lower voice, Lauren will say, well, because of the occupation, I haven't actually met that many older Bajorans.
Yike.
What's supposed to be, I think the oldest are what, in the clergy, aren't they?
The oldest are the ones that are good at not bringing attention to themselves.
It's true. So while we're waiting to see if we can get contact, start drawing up plans for a shuttle away team to investigate the Henge. I'm not going to worry. I don't want to worry too much about beaming because that ion storms might become a thing again. I'd rather we have a 2 ways to get an away team off the planet than just one.
Logical. Lieutenant Vogel, was there any sign in your scans of the ion storms mentioned by the Venture's logs?
Not detecting any ion storm activity, Commander.
I would suggest taking down a Type 7 shuttle just so you can have. Well, actually, now I say that, but you might be. I like the idea of taking a Type 7 just because if you forget to bring something down with you, you can just kind of look through the supplies. But then again, if we have to worry about storms, Type 8 might be better, just since it'll take a bit more of a tumble while you're flying around.
It might be better to go down and come back up while there are no ion storms, so an extended stay of several days might be necessary, in which a Type 7 would be better.
Type 7 would be much better, yeah.
I concur. Commander Solana shuttle bay. Prepare a Type 7 shuttle for an away mission. Lieutenant Vogel, prepare a science team. Lieutenant Sarissa, you want to come along just in case?
Of course, sir.
What was the Exo's rank of the Venture?
Commander.
Current rank or retirement rank is what I'm looking for.
It said he was a commander in the thing, but yeah, he may have retired a captain or an admiral.
Right,
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find out. Because I think that's how. Okay. Captain, I've heard back from Admiral Tavis, the former XO of the Venture. He's currently engaged in a private matter, but he did relay that he'll contact you as soon as possible, sir.
One can't rush an admiral, no matter. And I have no reason to bother him. Okay. Send acknowledgments. We look forward to hearing from him soon, etc., etc. He waves his hand dismissively. We'll be lucky to hear from him by the end of the week. He looks over at Solid. No offense, of course. But I find that when when Vulcans head home, you tend to be a little engaged in your pursuits a lot more than you otherwise would be.
I think you're looking for the word retirement, sir. Everyone who retires seems to do that.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't actually believe that Vulcans truly retire. They just simply choose a new academic pursuit to dedicate themselves to.
We engage in new scientific endeavors the way humans play golf.
Do humans still play golf? He mutters to himself, somewhat amazed. Terrible game. So, we're agreed upon Type 7 science team. Which GM, will that cost us some momentum to have a science team advantage? We're going to look at the Henge first because it's the most notable location, and then we can worry about the rest of the planet.
If there's no ion storm, when we get there, we could hover over the Hinge, beam down interested parties, and then go set up shop camp somewhere else. They would have to walk back to the shuttle, of course, but we could cut out one leg of their journey.
Save them the hike and then have a backup plan to retreat to if they need to.
Yeah. And if the ion storms don't materialize, then the shuttle will just be down on the planet, and whenever we need to pick them back up, we'll just beam them back up with the shuttle and bring them back up. If everything goes wrong and there's a bunch of ion storms, they'll have to walk, but maybe we'll get lucky and they won't have to walk.
So probably you'll want to have your away team set up with some hiking supplies to carry with them if they're there, or travel supplies, I should say. In the event that they need to hike. So who are you thinking bringing with you, Solon?
Lieutenant Vogel, Lieutenant Sarissa, science team, Lieutenant Lauren, or an engineer or for a choice if she doesn't wish to come along, in case there are mechanical issues with the shuttle. Lieutenant Lauren, you care to get off the ship for a period?
Yeah, I'd be more than happy to go down.
I believe that will be sufficient for a mission of scientific in nature.
And I think Ensign Lenara will probably be has been itching to get into a science team excavation off ship, so you might want to bring her along just so she stops making that request for the next little while.
That is acceptable. We should probably bring a medic as well, just in case.
I might actually need to stay up here in case we need to recover the teams if their shuttles are not working, or if the entity reappears and damages the ship. I might send with you instead, Lieutenant Tyrol, if that would suffice, Commander.
That is acceptable. Captain, we have your permission to get started.
Yeah, start heading down now. I'll keep an ear out for the Admiral if he calls back before the mission's over.
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Vogel, that's Sarissa. You're with me. Gather what equipment you need. Lieutenant Vogel, gather your team. Lieutenant Lauren, if you would have Lieutenant Turin meet us in the car in the shuttle bay.
I'll have a meeting there with any. You want to authorize away gear in case you need an extended stay?
Yes.
I will have Lieutenant Tyrol bring it.
Salon to sick bay. Assign a away team medic and have them have them report to the shuttle bay, please. Then, with the captain's permission, Salon is going to gather his gear and head for the cargo bay, shuttle bay.
Those are the 3 items I think I've heard we need to get so far. Do we need to get other things?
I'm just doing a quick scan of gear suggestions, which not a lot of them are super.
A beacon, a flashlight.
Yeah.
Just so that it said that we're bringing it.
Good catch.
They didn't mention hostile fauna, so I don't think you need type 3s.
No, I wouldn't say so. Q is helping us in case so you can come down if you want.
Vogel's been voluntold, so she's coming.
It's
Same with Sarissa.
Yeah, the commander, Sarissa, Vogel, Tyrol, and a medical officer are the named PCs and NPCs going down, I think. Oh, and I think Lenara was also specifically called out.
No, I think I'll double back on that, and because if I forgot, Vogel being a science focused character, probably better for me to focus on the support character that's medical. So probably Desmond or Bizzle. I'm trying to figure out which one is better.
Bizzle. Yes.
He did. We had him in an episode not too long ago.
Psycho.
Yeah.
Let's send Bizzle down. Let's get him some experience. Desmond's pretty experienced already.
Cardassian Bajoran, that's not something we want to dig into. It's just even weird to look at.
Wow. No. Bizzle. It's in Psycho. I'll look in one more book, but I think that's all the stuff we really, because all the engineering stuff is very specialized, and we don't need, and there's no sense bringing it if we don't know you need it. And if you really need it, you could probably get it sent down. But
I thought maybe you might. It was a surface thought, but I thought maybe a mining laser if you wanted to take samples or something. But then I thought that might also run into disturbing the ruins, and that may be a no-no. So I don't know. It's an option. If it sounded like it was made of. It's ruined, so it's made of some kind of stone or something.
either that or there's another device. I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, I think we would need a mining laser if we run a geological survey. This looks more archaeological. I agree with you. That's probably disturbing the site might be a bad idea.
Well, you could be, there's a micro optic drill that can get very tiny samples, but a phaser drill is like for blasting apart like a mountain, like it's for carving a cave. Little over.
I mean, really, the only time we've ever seen it used was to shoot at the steel door in the menagerie, I think.
Yeah.
I think 2 shuttles would hurt.
Oh, yes, you need to. We do have 2 pilots technically between Vogel and Sarissa.
Yep.
And I'm okay with sending multiple shuttles down to ferry that much gear and personnel down because we're trying to.
Do we actually have a runabout?
No, we're not big enough.
Oh.
We don't have we don't have the appropriate shuttle craft. We used to have extended shuttle bay, but we swapped that out. Besides, the shuttle we're using, the type is actually meant for large, either a lot of cargo or a lot of people. Runabouts if you intend to be out there for a super long time. Oh, a mass spectrometer. I'm smart. It's in the core. That's what you'd want to bring down. To sample a bit of it and get a very detailed sample of something.
Is there any reason not to take 2 Type 7s?
We have the capacity to launch multiple shuttles, so having 2 Type 7s won't hurt us.
GM, you want to duplicate the Type 7 twice or something? The indestructible.
We can just roll off the same sheet.
Well, I assume because he's throwing ion storms at you that you're probably going to take a breach, so it might become relevant to have a sheet.
That's what notepads are for.
We'll get there when we get there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but up until that, no, you could probably take, if you get them spaced out correctly, you could probably take like 10 breaches.
On a shuttle?
Yeah,
because there's a hero ship rule.
You have 6 systems with 2 breaches each. You
Just
can
hope they
have
don't hit engines.
You're right. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, weapons on getting 2 breaches to weapons on a Type 7 is free breaches.
Yeah.
2 breaches in your engine, 2 or more breaches in your engine, like, and we're dead.
Well, 1 breach in your engine, and you're pretty much falling out of the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We'll get there when we get there, and hopefully we don't get there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're gonna get there.
Listen, let me be optimistic for once.
Standing order. Stop being optimistic. You're all doomed. Accept it.
Between this and banning the holodecks, you're really trying to tank crew morale, I think.
We're taking shuttles down to a planet with known ion storms. We're gonna crash.
Shh.
That's why we want good pilots.
Why are you sending me then?
What do you mean? That's why I'm bringing you. Well, that and, I need someone that can hit the broadside of a barn with a phaser.
Yeah, you do.
I think if you set it on a wide setting, you don't even really need a person for that.
Beacons, pattern enhancers. The rest isn't stuff we'd super be worried about. There's no good reason to bring any of that for the medical. You don't need any of that. I think you're good. I can't think of any good. There's lots of gear that you could always take, but it's like, yeah, but that's a lot of gear, and you're already kind of heavy loaded as it is.
Yeah, we should be good with what we've got.
Yeah.
I say now.
Like for medical, I always love getting the neurocortical the wake up device. I forget what it's called now.
The wake up juice.
But but it's like there's no reason to pack that every time, because how many times do you think someone's gonna die on a given away mission? What are these for? Oh, in case you flatline. You just pack that. I mean, you know.
That's encouraging.
I can't type for the life of me. I 0. Several kilometers. That's a fine hike. It's fine.
Do Caitians even wear shoes?
If the mission requires it, otherwise, not really. No need, because the feet are fairly self.
Yeah.
Because they're proper paws, right? So.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That's why sometimes when Thatton gets mad, he scratches up the carpet.
Now I imagine that doing that thing that cats do, like where they kind of like reach out and just like expand and contract their paws at the carpet. Like after a stressful day, you just just go grasp at the carpet.
Ooh.
Yeah, the next captain of the Tenshi is going to have the carpet replaced in your office, I bet.
I have it repaired every so often. It gives the damage control guys some practice. Actually, they just replaced the carpet in there with like tile or something. We're not fixing the carpet anymore.
Anyway, I think we're good.
We're just going to get you a scratching post, Captain.
I like that character there, Vogel. Because they're
super specialized to things that I figured we'd probably need.
Oh, we did note science team in our list. We did. Okay, good. If he has a British accent, it has to be Cockney. Yeah, he's the token British person.
Yeah, you guys are probably better at finding stuff like that. I'm thinking of he'd probably be a civilian. You know, do something like a little different, and maybe youngish.
We don't have that many old characters. Salon is basically it, and he doesn't really count.
Hey,
I guess a doctor. I mean, you're not that old for a Vulcan. You're only old because you did the lazy time travel. The
lazy time travel.
Yeah, if you're like cryo frozen or you come out of space just randomly, I think that's lazy time travel.
Yeah, but Thatton's like 45.
Hey, but the back pay was good. If we got
the back pay was good.
If you got paid.
I'll work that into his backstory. That's my favorite TNG episode, Cause and Effect. That and Kelsey Grammer as the starship captain. That was
God.
Oh God, they have a book that's that continues the story of that captain. I can't remember his name offhand. It's pretty good. He was trying to vie to be the captain of the Enterprise, the Sovereign class Enterprise.
Oh wow.
That's deep.
Well, Vogel, the first thing she does when she beams down is pull out the tricorder and start scanning.
Okay.
What's it like down here on this planet? What's the flora and the fauna? Any other kind of life present? Bugs, animals, birdies. And did I hear right? You said the stone pillars or rocks or whatever we're describing, they're tilting at a 45-degree angle. Into the center of the circle or out? Okay. Can I link to the ship's computer from my tricorder? I'm thinking I want to run a database check for other for this pattern in other species. Can we see the center of the circle? Is there anything there? Or do we need to get closer? Lieutenant Vogel, deploy your science team and begin your investigation.
Aye, Commander. And I'll just nod to the science team to, start doing their thing.
Well, I kind of want to investigate one of these pillars. 45 degrees angles for a stone slab seems pretty steep. I'm going to see if I can. Okay, that answers my question.
Lieutenant Bissell will help out because there's no medical emergency at the moment, and he's relatively sciencey.
All right,
Science
I'll use a momentum, turn on my cautious.
Oh, sorry. Did we burn one? Change scenes there, GM? Or are we good? Okay, cool. Just want to make sure. Boop.
I'll reroll. Believe that's 2 momentum.
Not from me.
I have reasons I can do that.
You don't want Cirrus's science input.
Apparently, Salon is not helping.
Sarissa just looks around doing the science, but that's some mighty fine rocks you have there.
Basically. Oh, nice rock.
This is good cover, probably.
I don't know if I imagine Sarissa being like, if I shoot the pillar here and here, I can make this whole rock collapse.
That's a security rule. Demolitions.
Yep. Don't worry, I'm not planning on doing it
Yet.
yet.
Emergency situations only.
There's probably a growing frustration because there's a lot of fur.
Do I know what is causing that? Yeah, no, yeah, that would be my first question. Do I know what is causing the electric deal? Interesting. It appears we have a bit of diamagnetic ore that is causing these pillars to give off a slight electrical charge.
Oh, does that explain this? Gestures herself.
I wonder if our equipment is sufficiently shielded against it. I heard magnetics is not terribly great for electronics.
These are closed systems. They shouldn't be affected too much.
Psycho will do a scan of one of the science team to kind of get just to make sure that this field isn't affecting them biologically. No biological, no symptoms being created by the magnetic fields. I have heard in certain societies that magnetics can be used to improve circulation, although there are various studies that show that's actually bunk, but you never know.
Right.
Although maybe if we rearrange the stones in a certain way, it'll awaken the spirit of magnetism and make us all grow an inch taller.
Versus all 5'2" of her.
5'3" with the hair sticking up. Well, I was giving up some sort of magnetic field. Maybe that would suppose one of two things. One, the stone itself is magnetic in its nature, or perhaps there is some electrical force causing this in some manner. Yes?
Perhaps underneath the structure?
If this turns out to be a rather elaborate food preparation system, I'm going to be thoroughly disappointed. Impressed, but disappointed. Like a hot plate? No? Nobody? Okay.
Are there any seams in this stone plate that the hinge is setting on? I'm going to give you a momentum for an extra die. And Salon braces tricorder.
Just over his knee.
Salon will set his tricorder into diagnostic mode. And just begin visually looking for seams in the stone plate. Salon will set his tricorder into diagnostic mode and visually look to see if there are any obvious seams or patterns in the plate. I will trade you a momentum for that something. Wait, one current plate. So the hinge is not sitting on one single solid plate. It's a series of plates. Lieutenant Vogel, has your team uncovered yet the depth this plate we're standing on goes? How thick this particular piece of stone is?
Our scans are indicating it doesn't go very far into the ground. No more than... See, 5 meters is pretty deep. Oh, I guess I asked about for pillars. The plate runs about 5 meters into the ground, Commander.
Jim, the dots that you mentioned, is there a perceivable pattern to them? All right. Well, Salon's going to take visual scans of the patterns and feed them into the universal translator.
If I remember my xenoanthropology class back, I think things like this were used to mark geological markings or some sort of other cosmological and theological markings. So perhaps it's referencing the stars above or the mountains around us. Or it could be just the invented cosmology of whoever built this thing. So we could attempt to determine based on stellar mapping some variety. That was kind of loud.
Not
Salon here.
Should we perhaps take cover then?
Shuttle.
Phasers could fix that. Oh, I meant hand phasers.
Right. Did the shelters we brought with us and the equipment, will they protect us from the ion storm?
Vogel will start to scan for caves or outcroppings.
Perhaps site to site from our location to the back to the shuttles.
at that point. Might as well just be sighted tight back to ship.
Oh, that's an idea.
Yeah.
That's true.
And I didn't think about this before, but beaming during an ion storm is how you end up bringing mirror universe people here. So
Well, that's
it's,
why I was thinking beaming them before the storm rolled over them.
yeah, you might want to do that. Also, it just gave me the idea that there's a slight possibility that your admiral that you want to talk to on Vulcan is mirror universe. Very slight.
Salon to the Tenshi.
Tenji here, go ahead.
Captain, we've got an ion storm about 5 minutes from our location, a lack of shelter, and emergency transport back up to the ship for the team.
Lauren, get them up.
On my way. Difficulty of 1?
Plus, we have
Okay.
the pretty nice sensors that makes life easy for us. Yeah. That's why I want to beam them before the storm hit them. After the storm, this is super dangerous.
Lieutenant Vogel, secure what equipment we can before we get transported up. Leave at least one tri-squadron on an active scan so we can get some information about the storm when we return.
Hi, Commander.
Oh, I didn't even roll the correct number of dice, but I still got it.
Okay.
Easy for everyone, easy. Deep breaths.
Wrong ship. So she'll lift her hands out to the side a little bit away from her phaser. Because I'm pretty sure these are recognizable uniforms that we're looking at.
Captain Avery.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey,
Hey, you belong in a museum. What are you talking about?
hey.
Hey, Commander, you know the exact protocol for this, don't you?
I assume the temporal prime directive existed even at that time.
Informally, but I don't think it was formalized back then. It didn't happen enough for it to be a problem.
Where is where
My assumption, Captain, is that your away team is where we were intended to go. I suggest that you secure this room and order the personnel in this room to stay silent. We have a temporal issue. There are no other ships here now.
Could we maybe have this discussion without pointing phasers at us? We're not going to do anything, promise.
We are Starfleet. Badges. You have them sewn on. We have metal ones.
I'm a commander in Starfleet. And this is my away team. My assumption at this time is that we were engaged in the same sort of investigation you are currently investigating. And an accident has occurred. Captain, that would be inadvisable, as the technology that we have on us would violate what is now known as the Temporal Prime Directive.
Defend? All right.
You could merely scan our biology, Captain. Were we
so we
Commander, I would suggest complying.
No, I agree. We are going to comply, but Captain Avery, I am the less information I give you, the better it is for the timeline. I can only ask that we will do comply with you. I can only ask you under Starfleet directives that you do not investigate our equipment, as that may damage the timeline.
But I can
Understandable, Captain. Comply with the captain's requests. Keep the temporal prime directive in mind when you speak.
Okay, sure. Fine.
Well, this is not as far back in time as last time.
Sorry, what? This is a regular thing?
Apparently.
Oh, hooray.
We'll disarm. I can, yeah, keeping the comm badge because they don't know,
Yeah.
and it's not important anyway.
Psycho's not taking his off.
Yeah, I don't think
Also, it's our
anyone.
translator.
Yeah, based on the Stardate we had in our mission briefing, about how far in the past are we now? If we had,
Almost 100 years.
Vogel, we were old before.
all right, I'm trying to do math in my head. About what year would that be? I'm trying to place it in Salon's timeline. Huh.
6 years before the Enterprise flew, if I'm not mistaken. Or so.
Oh. There's a young Lieutenant Salon somewhere on the USS Bozeman.
Which will make identifying you problematic.
And that's why I didn't give my name. Yeah, I'm not going to start a fight here in the transporter room, so we will comply with Captain Avery's request.
Oh, sorry, I was holding down the wrong button. In Lauren's brief calculations, how long can people last in the transporter buffer? Can they give me like 5 or 6 minutes?
Not safely, anyway. If you don't care about their lives, they can be in there for as long as you want.
And how long did we have until the ion storm came? Like if I energized them and beamed them back now, would I be able to get them down before it was too late, or without doing anything else, just beaming them back down right now?
Just being in some other part of the planet. The rest of the planet's fine.
can I beam them to some other part of the planet? Because they're not going to discover anything on that planet that's going to violate the temporal prime directive. Looking at me, they could, but they could feel like it was some crazy dream if I get them back to the planet now. And then we can talk with the captain, we can figure out a plan of action without having them seeing how modern, I don't know, replicators work or some shit.
Minimize exposure.
It is minimizing exposure to put them back on the planet. How close to the interior of a Galileo does a Type 7 look?
Not. Galileos are weird layouts. In theory, you could holodeck
I'm gonna beam them onto the holodeck, and then from here, I'm gonna try to start up the program of a. Yeah, but I don't want to answer his question. Yeah. They don't know what they do know what a holodeck is. Holodecks already been invented in their time.
Mm-hmm.
All right, then if I can't do any of that, then I'll just say, what year is it? Then do not ask any questions. Do not do anything. Do not move. You are not allowed to do anything but stand right there. By order of a senior Starfleet officer of this vessel, you cannot say anything. Move, speak, breathing is the only thing you're allowed to do at the moment. Nope. That is speaking. None of that. No. No.
Sounds like a present security or command ordering them around. I don't know.
I'll do it. I have a great presence command. I'll do it.
Oh no. No. Not presence medicine. Eat it. Like, what?
If they don't go to say anything, then I'll hit my. I won't hit my comm badge.
It's not opposed. That's lucky. Well, you have 4 momentum, so there's that.
I'm trying to think if I have a good value. I mean, the Klingon way would be to execute them so that I didn't have to deal with this problem. I don't think I have a good value, so I'll just I'll spend 3 momentum.
Tick, tick, and tick. Oh, you got it at least.
I'll accept the complication. I'll just kind of wave my finger and press. I will calm the captain from the panel because I don't want to see them hit the button on my chest. Captain, or transporter room 1 to the captain.
Captain here, go ahead.
We can.
Yeah.
We have an incident in transporter room 1 that is not life-threatening, but could violate all kinds of directives and standing orders if you do not attend to it immediately. I would suggest not asking questions or asking if anyone else can come along. I would suggest just coming down here.
What directives?
I don't even
Lieutenant?
know if I'm allowed to tell them. Because of the company I'm in, I cannot tell you that.
Type the directive into your console and send me a text message.
I'll tell him to. I'll type out to you temporal then.
Oh. I see.
Oh, I'll just pull up the security feed for this room and send that to you.
I stand by, transporter room. Computer mute transmission. Computer identify persons and pull up personnel files for the personnel in the transporter room other than Lieutenant Lauren.
Oh, her career didn't go very far.
Computer, any notable psychological vulnerabilities due to shock in new situations? Using current standard, not old standard. I want to ensure that should persons in file be exposed to radical new information, they will not suffer. They are less likely to suffer a psychotic break. Any security risks or notes for any persons present? Verify quantum signature to current universe. Check against near universe index. Oh, well, that makes life easy. Unmute transmission to transporter room. Bridge to transporter room. I'll be coming down momentarily. I'll be there in a few minutes.
Understood. And I'll close the channel and just kind of look up and say, oh, and in case anyone was wondering, I'm human. And I'll just kind of make sure no one talks and just stands on their transporter pad.
Captain's going to head down, but he's also going to bring a security detail with him.
They already know about Cations because Cations were the TAS, weren't they?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, officers. I am Captain Athaton of the USS Tenshi, United Federation of Planets. By order of Starfleet Command, I must inform you that the Temporal Prime Directive is in effect, and information must be limited to how much we can tell you. Understand that we mean you no harm, and our intentions is to figure out exactly how you got to when you are, and to see about you getting home with as minimal exposure as possible. Yes, you may speak, Commander. It's formalized in some period after your current time, similar to the existing Prime Directive, to prevent the perversion of your development across the timeline. We have to minimize exposure. As captain, I'm the only one who's allowed to really violate it further than my officer here was forced to. So I will have to ask you to indulge the new ways of the current time period. My intention, Commander, is to see the group of you to quarters. And I expect you and your officers to refrain from scanning anything aboard the ship, from taking anything from the ship, and from asking too many questions about anything regarding any time beyond your current stardate. We can talk about past events, because telling you about your past, this changes nothing.
It
Uh,
we could set this room as off limits and just set it in the corner over there, Captain, if that would be appropriate.
On your honor as a Starfleet officer commander, if you believe that you can keep your crew in proper order during their extended away team assignment to an alien vessel, an allied alien vessel, then I'll permit you and your away team to keep their equipment. If they violate this peaceable bond, then such equipment will be confiscated. No sense me de-equipping you when I might need you to do something. And retraining you for new equipment doesn't seem to be advisable given our current situation. Your word then, Commander? I agree. But at present, I intend to have you taken to quarters, and we will have to do an assessment of what's happened so far, at which point, once our assessment is done, we will have a joint meeting with you and your staff. I would suggest that the group of you go over what's happened so far, and we'll permit you to communicate between each other. Of course, such communications will be monitored for security reasons, but beyond that, I would suggest you communicate among your crew to your team to determine if there's anything that you notice outside of the ordinary, while we look over our end and see what we can tell you back. Once we're done, we'll have the joint meeting and see if we can get you back as soon as possible. But at the moment, you're going to have to leave that pad. I imagine if immediate return was viable, I believe my officer would have transported you, well, the moment you appeared on the pad, frankly, Commander. My lieutenant here is not one for lacking initiative. He glances sideways with a smile and looks back at the commander. Officers, see that there is a secured passageway set up for our guests. Temporal Directive Beta. See that everyone's assigned to quarters and seal off that particular deck and surrounding chambers. Or rather, not seal off, restrict is the word I mean.
Captain, I would like to have crewman Fiore meet them in their quarters. There is one particular piece of equipment equipped in all of our quarters that would be most problematic for them to interact with and develop early.
Do you believe it's possible we could just block off access to it physically, or could we just deactivate them?
If you have the room numbers, I can do it from here.
He will tap his comm badge. Actually, he says aloud. Nah, doesn't matter either way. Taps his comm badge. Security team, please pipe room numbers of assigned quarters once you have them to transport a room.
And with that information, GM, I am going to turn off the replicators. I'm going to disable the replicators. Actually, there's a couple things I'd like to do. I'd like to disable the replicators. I'd like to set up an alarm if someone tries to tamper with the replicators. And I would like to, if it's possible, set up some kind of sensing. So if one of them tries to scan our ship, we'll be alerted. There's a couple things there. Oh, I think the captain told them to keep them.
On the commander's honor that they would not abuse them, because he'd rather he had their gear in case they needed them in an emergency. Yeah, because if we get boarded, I'd rather you guys had your phasers and we'd have to retrain you on our phasers.
Yeah,
I'd use yours.
Yeah, Lauren was yeah, Lauren's not going to disagree about that. The only thing I'm worried about is the tricorders.
Yeah.
So if I can, because we know how their tricorders work. So if I can set up some kind of sensor, I just don't want them touching the replicators or scanning anything. They can use the sonic shower. They already know how that works. They already know how doors that open automatically work. They already know how a bed works. I don't know.
And once they leave the room, I'll stand beside Lieutenant Lauren for a second.
It's not unheard of, but it's never I've never seen it happen temporarily. I've only heard of it happening across universes.
Please tell me you can beam them back and we just have a faulty crystal or something. Do we know how this happened?
Well, ion storms tend to do this kind of thing. No, it's probable that we'll figure it out. It's not guaranteed.
All right, I want an engineering. I want some teams looking into this to see how we can reverse transport back. The benefit we have is that we're ahead of our target time period, so there's likely a temporal investigation file that just opened up about 5 or so minutes ago that I'll be able to access and figure out what's going on to a degree. Temporal missions are, as you're probably aware, Lieutenant, headaches, to put it mildly.
If a file was going to open up, it was already open before this mission started. And the Admiral would have known about it. Which suggests that it either doesn't exist, or if it does, you're not allowed to know about it.
Hmm.
Or you're not allowed to know about it until 5 minutes ago.
Right. Well, let's see how much we can do in the now and see if we can find a way to trace back. Pull up a report as best you can of what's happened so far. Sensor records, transporter logs, that sort of thing. And we'll parse it in such a way, because frankly, we're going to need to talk with our guests to help figure out how to work with their ship if we intend to get them back to their ship, since they know their ship's operations in far more detail than we do.
The first thing is to get started on theorizing how to reverse it. I would like to wait on involving them until it's necessary.
Well, I'll give you 4 hours to work this out. After that, I'm going to start pulling them in, because I would presume that if they're here, actually, let's be optimistic for once. Why not? Is the away team standing underneath that cloud or floating in space or something of that variety?
That's optimistic?
Could be worse. You could be in another dimension or ripped apart into small pieces. You know, you're in one piece. Maybe we can save you.
We did beam up our away team. Our away team is either gone in time and space, or they've been permanently transformed into the people we beamed on board. But they're not on that planet anymore.
Well, what I can tell you so far is I did check with the computer. These people are from our time. They are from our quantum reality, so they're not from a mirrorverse, thankfully. Which means, unfortunately, they still are time travelers, and they're traveled in a very dangerous direction for them. So, and they're all serving officers, so we have to be very careful. Now, on the one hand, we have to be careful what they tell them, so they don't modify things. On the other hand, they are officers, so they will understand the need for classification. So, and if not, I intend to have their belongings scanned on their way out, so we can make sure no one got too much initiative to look forward in time.
I can take care of that personally.
Yep.
Although, in the end, if one were to be mathematical, we got a Vulcan commander displaced in time and a young lieutenant and various other officers. Mathematically we still have the correct number and type of crew.
Yes, we are not short on personnel count. Thank you for that bit of.
Well, they also fit in the positions we've recently had opened. I think it would be better to find the humor in the situation than to realize that we may have just lost half the senior staff.
All right, I'll let you get to it then, Lieutenant. I'll see if I have a bunch of waiting messages for me.
That is correct, Captain.
They're particularly bad.
Indeed. Captain, I surmise that the ion storm on the planet, assuming that you experienced one, has interfered with the transport. It is in all of our best interest to attempt to reverse the process. I am confident that my captain will be doing the same in our time. I have every faith and confidence in my captain. Besides, my away team's presence here endangers the timeline. Might I suggest that you provide us time appropriate uniforms for the time that we're in case we interact with others of your crew? That is most wise. But if we're going to be moving throughout your ship, perhaps appropriate uniforms should come first. Thank you, Captain.
Bob.
I am Commander Smith. Yes, Captain. There are reasons that I gave you that name that I cannot divulge, in accordance with Starfleet policy.
I don't exist yet. I can give her my name.
Yeah, that's the only because and yeah, Salon can't tell you that in front of the captain, but he would tell you that, you know.
Lieutenant Cereza, Chief of Security.
I'm Lieutenant Psycho Bissell, xenobiologist and cyberneticist.
Lieutenant Vogel, operations officer.
The other Vulcan. How old is he, actually? He might also be alive at this time period. He's a lieutenant, probably not.
Yeah, Vulcan from this age would be like gray in the hair by this point.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. You're right, yeah.
if you're gray in the hair as a lieutenant, you did something wrong in your life there, Mr. Vulcan. Huh?
I'm sure Lieutenant Terrell is introducing himself.
He took up a career in Starfleet like humans take up a career in golf.
Career.
It's a hobby. change our uniforms, and is there a I guess the cell we were in is a quite secure place to store all the uniforms.
On the plus side, the medical and science don't have to change their colors much. It's just basically the same shade, honestly. Teal for
I
teal.
do. I've got red now.
Yeah, you've become a red shirt.
Oh.
Don't worry, no one kills Caitians. It's against the rules.
Yeah. Sure.
So I probably had the blue, huh?
Mm-hmm. Step out and change and blah blah blah.
Now, the question is, do you wear the pants or do you wear the skirt?
We provided an option.
I think the skirt is the standard issue during this time.
Oh yeah, he's right. I think it is.
Standard back then. It's like, well, I'm wearing pants. Forget you.
It doesn't really matter.
I mean,
We'll wear
vacation,
whatever.
it kind of helps.
Yeah.
Hey, my tail's so free. This is awesome. I thought it's sad that we don't do the ropes anymore.
Yeah, we will keep our comm badges just attached to the new uniforms.
Pretty inside collar of the uniform with them.
If they didn't make us take them off.
I got no indication that they confiscated our comm badges.
Yeah, Psycho will follow your examples and hide his comm badge.
Yeah, I think in this year, this time, like, we might actually have pockets in our uniform pants. We can stick it in. The worst part of the TNG uniform, no pockets. I mean,
They have such tall boots in this era. Why do they just wear shoes? Booties.
You know, ready to go with the doctor, I assume.
Polyester blend from this time was less scratchy. Jim, at this time frame, is Starfleet aware of Bajor? Oh, we don't have a Bajoran with it. We have a Bajoran with us, don't we?
Psycho's.
Okay.
He's a Jordan Cardassian. That's a barrel. That's a barrel. Yeah.
Cardassian and Bajoran. Eh?
Yeah.
They're
What's
not
these
aware of
people-
Cardassia, though.
No.
Very well.
Commander.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
It is.
Just as a note, for purposes of your identification, bio. Do you have like a pad or something to write on? Piece of paper,
Whisper it
maybe?
to him.
Oh, that's right.
You have a quiet voice. Use it.
I do. Psycho Whisper. Biometrics were a way to identify people in this time period. You might ping.
This is true. What's the rank of the medic? Yeah. Commander, I will have to request that you do not run my biometric data or our biometric data for identification purposes. Under Starfleet temporal regulations. Not. Very well. The sounds of home. Thank you. Oh, thank you. And the rest of my team.
Sure. Why
Psycho
not?
sighs with relief.
No. No?
Hairballs.
Nothing out of the ordinary. My fur is no longer standing up on end, so that is nice. No, the planet surface was a bit fun. Yay! Well, this won't count as a physical for me, unfortunately. Come on, you two, you can't hide in the corner forever.
Oh. Hops up.
It is good to ensure his health, though again, your scans will need to remain classified.
Don't worry, I can follow along on the screen. I'll be able to see if anything changed. I am medically trained, so I'll understand. I'll have to. I mean, it's primitive. I mean, it's better than rocks being hit together. But I mean,
You
it
can
should
stop
it should
talking.
suffice. I'm sure. Well, I mean, good for you. Yes. It's not really bad policy to treat thyself, but well, it's what we have to do. He'll read over his readings to see if anything's weird. What is this gauge even for? Oh, that's for heart. Okay. That's for that. Yep. Okay. I seem okay. My heart rate's elevated, but that's a stress thing, so. New surroundings and all. Anyway, I'm getting off the table now, if you're not going to stop me. Yay. He hops off the seat like it's on fire. Like, nope, I don't want to be scanned anymore. Mildly pondering if scalpels will be involved, but is happy to remember that laser scalpels were a thing. So. No leeches.
Oh boy. Okay.
Is it my turn yet? I'll reluctantly get on the bed.
Okay.
I am one of her attending medical personnel. If there's any new information, I would like to be present in case there's something you've seen that's new.
You have a flat 10 in that.
I'm going to give you a threat for a die.
That was encouraging.
She's having none of it.
Yeah, but she could also roll all zeros.
With a complication.
Yeah, that's one of his patients. He'd want to kind of stamp his feet about it. Well, you are the doctor, and you do outright me, so that makes sense. Sure, I'm good with that. He'll move a little closer to the table and stand awkwardly there. Because, yeah, this is awkward. That's where the airlock is. I said what I said.
Yes. I'll try to look to see what they're talking about.
If I could just see the screen briefly. I may be aware of what you're talking about, but I don't know if it's new yet or not. I'll try to read. I'm guessing that this is referencing the sonic connection she's had in the past.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Let's see. Okay, good. Didn't recognize the readings right away. This is consistent with a previous scan. May I ask the patient a question, doctor? Right. Vogel, are you seeing anything new or having any sensations of other places right now?
No, not at all.
Then it's your previous condition is still dormant. It seems to be otherwise undisturbed. I'm not sure I can go into more detail than that, but I believe you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
He nods. He smiles to the doctor. That's all I had.
A
Thank
more
you.
detailed scan will not be necessary, Doctor.
Was that a question or a statement, doctor? Okay, I'll be quiet then. Sorry. If you don't mind, I do find this quite fascinating.
That was not the answer I wanted. Noise.
This is a Vulcan. I think the doctor doesn't like me very much.
Is not the doctor on our ship just as possessive of his sick bag?
Personally, I think it's the beard. It tends to disturb people. Also, it's very pointy in here. Very bad feng shui. Although in Klingon terms, this would actually be very good sick bay. Needs more red, though.
Do you just not stop?
It is, yes. Yeah.
I tend to agree with the doctor.
I mean, this uniform has more than enough red on it for all of that.
But apparently red's lucky color in Klingon societies. It means it encourages the blood to fight on, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it actually does, but you know, whatever makes you feel nice.
You're not a Klingon.
No, but I'm just saying.
Excuse me.
Oh, hi. I will move out of your way.
The captain, someone will very quietly kind of whisper in a couple of their ears. Perhaps we should not hint at a future where Starfleet is at peace with the Klingons.
We haven't. Are we at peace with the Klingons now, or is that...
No, the Kinnemer Accords wouldn't have kicked in yet.
Uh,
There's the Organo Accord, but that's a different thing. More of an ultimatum. Do it or we'll make you.
More of guidelines.
Guideline.
It didn't really stop the occasional border skirmish either.
the one we have right now doesn't stop the occasional border skirmish either.
Valid point.
You know, sometimes Klingons get bored and they need the raid. You know, they need what's on the other side of the border.
It's like getting milk, sugar, you know.
Right.
Milk, sugar, blood. Yep.
It's respecting cultural traditions.
Exactly.
Some people dance, some people sing.
The
Some
Klingons raid.
species raid, yeah.
No,
No.
Captain.
Passing the time.
Have you, if I may, Captain, have you assigned your engineering staff into possibly discovering a way to return us to our own time? Perhaps we could be of assistance.
Likely.
Again, I am confident my captain is working on that. In the meantime, I would like to repeat my request to your doctor that all files pertaining to our presence be classified. Where we come from, Starfleet has a version of the Prime Directive that applies to time travel. It is a violation of that policy for me and my team to do anything to influence or change time, or to provide you with knowledge of the future. Hence the reason for the request of uniforms and the securing of our. While it may be tempting to dig deeper into our equipment or other or our physiologies, it could have drastic ramifications on the timeline.
Oh, when things are classified, it's both at the same time. I know.
There are other secrets that must be kept.
Personally, would rather not be in this situation, but we are.
But we would be more than willing. And certainly we are motivated to assist you in figuring out what happened and how to reverse it. Thank you, Captain. That is appreciated.
Captain, request, if I may, ma'am? May I requisition one of your medical kits or the return of mine? I am actually expected while on mission to kind of keep it with me in case of a medical emergency. Oh, good. I thought you stored it somewhere. Never mind. Sorry, Captain.
It may be best. Now, Lieutenant Vissel, it may be best if we work with the technology at the time to avoid exposure, accidental exposure of our technology.
I mean, with the permission of the chief medical officer of the ship, I would be happy to use their period equipment. Sir.
Commander, will you have any need for me, or should I make myself available to the captain? I am not particularly skilled in engineering or science matters.
I understand. Let us take that situation moment by moment. The less we expose ourselves to personnel in this time, the safer we'll be.
Understood, sir.
Keep in mind that while we're here, we should limit ourselves to the task of returning ourselves to our own time. Any actions we take beyond that while we're here may have ramifications on the future. Understood.
Understood.
With your permission, Captain, we will proceed to your transporter room. Sloan will raise an eyebrow at the security guard, the security officer that directed us here, since he already knows about us. Would you lead us to your transporter room? Ooh.
Is he in the weird armor that they had in this time period? With the... Okay. I had to ask. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Signing my resignation letter. I'm done with this nonsense now. He is Thatton, at least, is one waiting on Lauren's report on any solutions she may have about either what happened or how we could revert or how we can reverse it. He's waiting on a call from the admiral. While waiting for those things, he's going to check to see if any new mission briefing files have opened from the temporal investigative branch. And failing any of that, he's going to type up a report, a very short report indicating that he has encountered a temporal event, and basically alerting command that he now has time travelers on his ship. So be aware that that's what's going on. A basic mini report on what's happened so far.
I messaged you something, and I'll be doing that and trying to figure out how to solve the problem. Take it all right. Focus and transporters.
I hear Hugh Lewis noise music in the background. All right. Lieutenant Vogel, if you want to approach this problem from a scientific perspective, I will examine the equipment with the assistance of Lieutenant Terrell. That is the engineer, right?
Be right back.
I'm just going to stay out of the way.
Side engineering. I'm gonna slide you that last momentum right there. Don't have an applicable focus, so I'll just do this. Oh yeah.
Why is everything in this time period so pointy? You would think that'd be a safety hazard. Vulcans don't like pointy. Humans don't like pointy. Endorians do, sort of. Maybe it's an Endorian thing.
We have claws.
Ooh, that's a thought.
When he says we don't like Vulcans don't like pointy slime, just kind of just rubs the tip of an ear, raises an eyebrow.
Yeah, but not in your art, in your design structure. There's lots of curves and bends.
The equipment of this time is functional and sturdy.
So is a rock, but we don't use those anymore, Commander. Sir?
Usually.
Well, okay, yeah, that's true.
Lieutenant Vogel, the matter stream for the transporter was adjusted to a different frequency. It's quite off from the original frequency. The usual frequency for transport of this era should have been 927.1. This one is set for 307.7.
It's not a security violation to mess with such things, is it? It's not a thing.
Ceres's ear twitching.
Depends on whether or not there was a reason.
Vogel will start going through the transporter logs, see if I can see what the cause was.
I'm just going to look at the security officer. So, in the reports that you're going to get about what this is?
Well, that doesn't sound healthy.
Yeah, Captain, I'm going to go where I can be useful. I'm not Captain Commander. If you don't mind.
Lieutenant Sarissa, you cannot assist them.
If they are destroyed, then everything's messed up anyway. They don't have their chief security.
Distance to contact? Helm, back us off. Yellow alert. Con evasion. Damage report. Tactical. Start me remodulating the shields to brace us against that impact. And bring up weapons. Sensors, try to figure out what it is that's shooting at us. I don't want to start firing back if we don't know what it is. We don't even know if what we're shooting will even affect it.
Well, that seems like a mural. Roll it. Linara, I'm assuming?
Yeah, Lenara is pretty good for saving us from complications. Sensor science.
I'll use one of those handy dandy momentums. I was taking a look what she had for value, or not values, but talents. Oh no.
You have born near a warp core. I think
Yeah, yeah.
You might be able to get out from under it.
So it says here, once per scene, I can roll 1 challenge dice to avoid a complication. If I roll an effect, I ignore the complication. If not, resolve it as normal. Huzzah! Compensating for the interference.
That is one way to reference being shot at, yes.
Well, you know, gravimetric and...
Oh, actual interference. Never mind. Okay,
Yeah.
then. Sorry about that, Lieutenant. Thought you were being cute there.
Because it is just like a spatial rift, right?
You tell me, Lieutenant. If it's a temporal one, that'll be interesting information. If it's quantum, I have many questions.
We're just shooting on ourselves.
Oh, don't tell me that. That's entirely possible.
See, they're shooting at us, and then we're shooting at them.
We're not shooting yet.
You check the logs, and they'll find that it was Federation weaponry. Oh, here we go. The anomaly is some type of gravimetric distortion, Captain. The beam is reading as a phased graviton beam. It is slowly draining our power and shields.
Is there any way we can modulate our shields to block out the energy drain influence and regain helm control?
That sounds like a question. Unknown, Captain.
Does it appear that our weapons will have any effect on the anomaly, disrupting it or breaking it apart?
There's
Or,
no way
in fact, our tractor beams?
There's no way to tell what effect our weapons will have on the anomaly. The sensors are barely making sense of what it's reading as it is, Captain.
Does it seem like a creature or a starship of some variety? Best guess.
They said that was a momentum, Captain, if you want to know that one.
Yep, I just dropped it from 3 to 2.
I am detecting metal alloys at the center, Captain. It could be indicative of a ship.
Ops, try to hail them. Tactical, is it possible we could program load? Oh, sorry. For 1, all hands red alert. For 2, he looks behind him. Tactical, I want you to set up a torpedo spread But I don't want you to aim to hit target. I want you to set the spread to try to disrupt the beam. Hopefully the antimatter blast will disrupt it in a manner that will give us time to break away. Con, if that happens, move us away as soon as possible. It doesn't matter that I'm not shooting at them. I'm still firing torpedoes, and that's all that matters. But I don't dare use
Downside.
phasers or tractor beams because that's a beam that could connect us.
You have, I think, 1 crew support left. You get a security guy or you get a pilot.
In that case, I'll do the shot, and we'll take a pilot. Whoop. Excuse me. Patrol security. Spending toward the value. The talented must rise to meet chaos. I'm personally stepping in because I'm doing something rather weird in a rather weird situation. To the point of just shoving the security person out of the way. No, I'll do it. Veteran check. It's gone. I only need 1. I should be able to get it. Yeah, I'll chance it. Weapon security. So not 6, but 7. Four plus security. 4. Yeah. Right? Wait, no, that didn't roll. It rolled too many.
Yeah.
It's fresh.
It was shifted. I thought that was needed. Since I'm not shooting at it, I'm shooting at the beam. I want this to do as much as possible, so I'll throw 1 more to reroll the whiffs. Okay. Oh, 6 minus 5. So like 1. What the?
Did
it-
my sensors read what they were?
Did I just shoot ourselves? He looks up from tactical at science. That shouldn't have happened.
Can I do a scan of or look at the data to see if those were our torpedoes?
You have.
I'll use a momentum.
Okay. Science.
Captain, these torpedoes do not appear to be ours. In fact, they appear to be a few centuries out of date.
Wait, so you're saying these are like another alien civilization's torpedoes?
Oh, did I mean decades? Sorry, I thought you said centuries. Sorry, Captain.
Tech generations, not familial generations.
Yeah. Sorry, Captain, I misspoke. A few decades old.
That's weird. Why did fire? Well, I did fire torpedoes at them. Even firing short, maybe they thought I missed. Bridge to Lieutenant Lauren.
Go ahead.
I'm going to have science pipe, he nods at her, pipe some of our readings so far. We've encountered some sort of spatial anomaly that has fired on us and then returned fire at us. At present, I would like to move away from this thing, but I can't figure out exactly how to do that without directly shooting at it, which that may be my next move. But if you have a more peaceable idea, I am all ears.
Hold on.
Because my first thought is to use a repulsor beam to try to push it away. If we can't move, make it move away from us and hopefully break contact that way. My only worry is that if we do that, that'll create another conduit for it to drain us. I already tried firing torpedoes to break up the beam, but that just resulted in nothing happening, and then it fired torpedoes back at us. I mean, older type torpedoes, but all the same.
Older type torpedoes?
Yeah,
Captain,
older.
Wide beam tachyon burst for several seconds. Attempt that.
Tachyon burst.
If there's a temporal distortion, tachyons will solve it, is the thing they told us to remember in...
Oh, you're right, you're right. Let's see. Deflector control, reroute, tachyon burst. So deflector dish. And that's exactly what he's going to do. He's just going to bathe the area in a burst of tachyons from the deflector dish. Hopefully that breaks it. Ooh.
Yes, Captain. Yes, Captain. We'll go to the bridge as requested.
Yeah, I'm going.
No.
I think Sarissa was already headed that way.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, goodness gracious. It's like being in a simulator.
Understanding. Lieutenant Vogel, conduct scans. Tell them only what their own instruments would tell them were there a science officer on board.
Yes, Commander. And I'll start looking around for where the science station is.
I think it's over here.
Salon will just point.
I'll go wherever Islam points.
Lieutenant Sarissa, perhaps you could analyze the weapon, the attack pattern of the entity.
Yes, sir. She'll look at the captain of the ship, though, to see if she's agreeing with that idea. Yeah.
Which also doubles as the nav station.
I'll use
Salon will point
momentum.
again.
Definitely re-rolling the 0 or the complication.
I mean, 0 is still correct.
Ship assist. You could go. You could go ahead and re-roll that ship too. Oh, it pays to have 2 re-rolls.
It's spelled right in the original Vulcan. Don't worry about it.
Original fault? You mean the original Romulan? Thank you very much.
Don't worry, they invent their own language. They think they're their own thing.
Novar or something.
Commander, you might want to see this.
Salon will come over and look.
I'm just gonna send him everything, basically. I was copy and pasting what he sent me. It was just in 3 sections. So yeah, I'll show the commander that, and I'll say, sir, you see this stream of tachyons? This might be a temporal anomaly, sir.
Huh, temporal.
Interesting. Lieutenant Sarissa, have you identified the weapons that were fired at the Venture yet?
Checking with their tactical officer now, sir. Investigative techniques? And I imagine shipboard tactical systems are not effective here either. Okay. Have a threat. Yeah. Okay.
Float.
Figure something out to do with the float. Commander.
Lieutenant, bring your findings to me.
Aye, sir. I don't have a pad.
It's a big clipboard-looking thing, I think.
Yeah.
Figure it out.
Lieutenant Vogel.
You can
Thank
do
you.
that. Neat.
Lieutenant Vogel, do you think...
Oh no, far too many ridges.
Lieutenant Vogel. Lieutenant Vogel, is it possible to get a subspace communication signal through the rift, through the anomaly?
No, sir, the gravimetric... The gravimetric energy is too high. Or gravimetric distortion.
I do believe, with knowing what that is, we could adjust this ship's shields to better resist whatever's coming at it.
Do so.
That is, should anything else come through.
Captain Avery, may I suggest that you see... do not fire on the entity again.
I mean, technically, it's shooting at us presently.
Sort of. I do. The answer is complicated. Um, GM, does Solana remember away from his old time to encode a file so that it will not be opened for a particular particular period of time? Like sometimes, Starfleet security code or something like that. Like some message that he could pass, like a message in a bottle, he could pass to Captain Althoughton over the years. Something like in this moment in his time, a message would suddenly appear.
For it to get through, it would imply that you failed and y'all had to live out your lives.
Yep.
Here.
You can cause a temporal
someone-
paradox issue, even though you're
Someone
floating.
could open the message despite the lock on it. Is there a way we could use the tachyon beam or something similar from the ship to send a message through Morse code?
But if I may, Captain, it's like you're shooting at a mirror. Is a strange way to describe it, but not entirely inaccurate.
Don't worry, Captain. That made just as much sense to me as to you.
Indeed.
Essentially, yes.
Oh, wow. I was kidding. Okay, that makes sense. Never mind.
That I can't. That is independent of whatever else is happening. The torpedoes, however, were Starfleet.
The order of operations wrong.
Sometimes effect precedes cause.
Or it's like someone else is shooting a mirror and you reacted as would be expected.
My suspicion, Lieutenant Vogel, is it is the Tenshi. What do we know about what causes graviton beams naturally? Could our presence here in this time and the Venture's crew members in the other time have caused this somehow?
A beam, though? Seems rather focused. It's not like a field or a miasma of some kind. It's focused and directed, implying artificiality, or at least intentionality.
Possible. Your skills in temporal science are better than mine, Lieutenant.
Well, that's just basic.
I mean, if
Jim,
this...
from an engineering perspective, is there some explanation that Salon might know that might cause this? Any relationships to ion storms?
What if we shot ions at it? Well, that didn't make sense. We intentionally caused some sort of ion field, and maybe because ions started it, ions finish it. Ion beams aren't a thing, I don't think, are they? He looks around, mildly confused. because these are not his focuses or his skill set.
Lieutenant
He has a
Vogel.
higher science score.
But he has a 3.
I've got a 1.
Thoughts, suggestions, Lieutenant Vogel?
Sorry, I was being spacey.
Ha.
Thoughts and suggestions. We need. I see 2 tasks. We must close this rift, this entity, as the captain believes it to be, and return ourselves to our own time without rupturing the time from timeline.
We know physical objects can pass through, correct?
We've seen that with the photon torpedoes.
Okay, so change out the head of a torpedo, put a message in it, and send that through. Bounce off the hull. Hopefully, they pick it up.
Message in a bottle.
Yes. Hi, it's us. Don't shoot.
That might work.
That is the theory we are working from.
Yes. It would seem somehow linked and unsure how or why.
Perhaps we could send a Class 1 probe through the anomaly. Torpedoes will pass through.
We might also be able to encode a message to play upon reaching the other side.
Mhm.
An audio message.
If we can make some way to communicate, then if they find a solution on their end, they can send it back and we can solve all of this pretty simply. Same if we find something over here.
Indeed.
Also, knowing we're alive might be nice. Same with you having confirmation for your people.
Captain Avery, might we requisition a Class 1 probe?
My thought was a simple away team is here or aboard the Venture. Weapon attacks through the anomaly affect vessel on other side.
And attach the Venture scans of the anomaly from this side. It may aid them on the other side to know
And
what it looks like from here.
And the transporter data from what you found, so that if there's anything on their side that they found, and hopefully they'll reciprocate the same back here, so two sides of things can be working.
Indeed.
Is shot in dark, but might work.
Do you approve, Captain Avery? Lieutenant Vogel, put the requisite information. Attach the sensor logs to the Class 1 probe. Salon will record a message. Captain, this is the commander of the away team. All members of the away team are counted for and healthy. We are attaching sensor logs from our side of the anomaly for your use. Be advised, your weapons fire did affect the ship here. We are aboard the USS Venture.
I'll lock a tractor beam onto it so it doesn't just fly away from us. Science report, what's going on?
The probe seems to be sending us some type of data, Captain. Let me see if I can figure out what it is. And she'll try to lock telemetry with the probe. Captain, there seems to be some type of audio file with this data. I'm also getting a lot of sensor logs.
Patch it to Lieutenant Lauren. Let's see what we're being given here.
And I'll send the data.
That will pull up the data on his panel. Why is that it? Because it's in the computer, so. I will disengage the tachyon beam. Once I've got a message of, oh, it's us. Like, whoops, I'll stop doing that. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Lieutenant Lauren, what if we try sending a sample canister on that frequency and see if it goes back to where they can see it? Maybe we can find a way to beam across this rift. Well, maybe I want us all to die. So we need to stop the.
Which I don't think is an issue if they tell us their shield frequency. We can beam through our shields. We just can't beam through other people's shields. Actually, we don't even need them to tell us. I'm pretty sure Althatin can look up the shield frequencies for the Venture.
Because it'd be in their logs as to what their frequency.
Not only that, the ship's been long since decommissioned. Like, you can go and learn pretty much everything there is to know about decommissioned warships in our time. I'm sure you can in their time too.
Yeah, but I don't think you can beam through shields.
You can,
I mean, every Star Trek episode I've seen, you have to drop your shields to beam somebody.
If both people have their shields up, or if you personally don't know the shield frequencies, it's something like only a few officers know. Only a few people know the shield frequencies. But if you have that, then anything can come through, and we know that because obtaining the Enterprise's shield frequencies allows the Duras sisters to shoot through the shield. So energy can pass through as long as you know the shield frequency.
Well, that's a good point, because transporter beams are energy.
Yep.
Well, if nothing else, we can test the theory to make sure that's what happens. Because once we'll match up ours, and then we'll see if a canister even goes through. Because if it doesn't,
like it would be much easier if Althatin can figure it out, because if not, I'm sure there's a presence command difficult task ahead for Salon to try to convince the captain, who has been obstructing us at every corner, to not obstruct us on this corner.
Athatin will look up the logs to see if they can match the chip frequencies. Look up what the frequency was of that chip for that time period. Okay. All right. So I am going to. My intention is to. I want you to prepare a test canister to make sure we can beam people safely. I'm going to send a probe back to inform them of our intention, and then we're going to wait a few minutes, and then we'll do our test beam back to see what happens. And then we'll get a reply back from them. Because the only way we can talk to each other is via these probes, apparently. Actually, could we just reprogram? Could we just put in new information into that probe and just shove it back through the hole? Yeah, because no sense sending a advanced probe when we can just use theirs. Passing the bottle back and forth.
Yeah, I'll try to beam the canister.
Okay.
It'll just
just give it a minute or so delay once the probe goes across. That way they have a chance to hear the message and then maybe respond. I'm not sure how time will be relative there, but
you want me to include like a little message with our shield frequencies so that they can send it back? We
yes.
can change it tomorrow or a week from now or something, but okay. Then I don't even know if I can find paper or something. Like, I'm not going to send them a pad, but I'm going to find something that I can send them.
You could just replicate one of their pads.
I'll replicate one of their pads and put a message in the container that has our shield frequency and a request to beam back this canister to this location. And then I'll try to beam it. We're doing both.
Looks like the probe is back, Commander, with another message.
This is weird.
Good, they've received our message. What does the captain intend to do?
Ask the anomaly nicely to help us? Oh, that was a joke. I don't think he can actually do that.
I mean, maybe it could be a sentient anomaly.
Where are they? Don't they need the Venture's coordinates to do that? We'll send the probe back with the Venture's coordinates, specifically the coordinates for the Venture's transporter room.
Aye, sir.
Captain
Beep.
Avery.
Same here.
Yes, so do we.
I have every confidence in the crew of our vessel. My captain is about to attempt to transport a test canister into your transporter room.
Oh, it's like the tin cans.
Indeed. We'll follow the captain.
It's actually a torpedo. Haha, we were mirror the whole time.
If you want me to.
I never liked them anyway. I like these new people better. They stay in their quarters. They don't mess with me.
Wow.
They don't get crew members killed. I mean,
Yeah.
Yet.
Take a threat.
Oops, I was on the right page the first time.
And we're getting pretty late in the episode, so
I wonder if I'm holding a record for the most time traveled cation at the moment.
can I
That's
use
classified.
determination on my faith is in those around me, since I need them. I need to have faith in their ability as Starfleet officers to carry out their part of this to make this all work. Okay. But if I don't use it, I'll lose it. Can I use 2 of the generated momentum if this works? Don't know if this is going to work, but if it does work, can I use 2 to say that I have isolated a pretty solid lock and reduce the difficulty of the next transport task by 1? Because if we don't have any space to store momentum.
Yeah, it's gonna spill over. It's gonna spill over.
I'm gonna look at the diagnostic panel and test canister to see that it came through as it was supposed to.
It's unfortunate.
I'm going to show the readings show the readings to the rest of the team. This is unfortunate.
Bissel's gonna examine the biological part of it to see what was the cause of destruction of the biological component. Like if it was just eradication, radiation, etc. Xenobiology or alternative medicine. Thank God. I'll throw momentum at it because why not? That was Bissell, of course. But Patton's medicine's not that high. There it is. Let's see. Talk to me, little canister. Why'd you die?
Old age.
If it died of loneliness, I will not know what to say. Okay, that's a result. That raises questions. So, Commander, slight problem. So the death of the biomatter was a combination of parts of the matter de-aging while others aged. So it destabilized to the point of basically destroying it since it couldn't maintain cohesion, since you had things that are way too old and things that are way too young. I mean, it's all there, just at the wrong times. Well, some of it. Yeah, you'd be really dead. This there needs to be some sort of signocracy of the biomatter, or something's causing the desync.
Is there a way to shield the biomatter in the transporter stream from temporal changes?
In certain cultures, I hear prayer's a great response to that question. Otherwise, no, sir. Because the container is sort of a shield for the biomatter anyway. Imagine the container is your suit, and you're inside an EVA suit, and you're the little goo in the middle. And despite being in a shielded, protected environment, you got, well, de-gooed, so to speak.
Yes, Lieutenant. I understand the function of the test canister.
Oh, good. Sorry, sir.
What I do not remember is if the test canister protects its contents from temporal changes. Is that something that the designers of the canister thought of? It looks at Lieutenant Turl, the engineer in the group. Could we modify the test canister with a transporter beam to add that layer of protection?
Because it would have to be passive. It would have to be the metal itself. The beam wouldn't be able to do it because it's taking you apart and putting you together again. It would need to be something that's inherent in the protection. Well, if you believe it does.
So something in the anomaly is affecting the transporter beam. The question is what?
That sounded healthy. What if we fire a in like the probe, we put some biomatter in it and fire it through? Maybe it's the beam that's the problem, and transferring through the anomaly will be enough. The ship, maybe it's the beaming that's causing it. If it traverses, it may be fine. We could just fly. We could just get something to fly through it.
You mean put a person in a torpedo?
Theoretically. wouldn't be comfortable. I wouldn't suggest doing it for long periods of time.
We still need to figure out how to close anomaly.
Oh, well, I have no answer for that. Sorry.
Is it possible that, again, is it possible that our presence here and the Venture's personnel presence in the future is what's causing the anomaly?
I do not know about temporal mechanics to say yes or no.
Is there anything that counters gravitons? Anti-gravitons? That sounds a little simple, but maybe we just fire anti-gravitons at a graviton anomaly, thereby annihilating it. It works the same way as antimatter anyway. He shrugs.
Are the gravitons what's causing the anomaly? At any rate, Jim, do they have those types of test cylinders in the time we're in?
We could just empty out what's in there, just refill it. Just put in biosamples of a various variety. We could collect it. As long as we're quick about it, we could just fire it back.
That is true.
I mean, it's not going to be super accurate, but it's better than an empty tube.
Well, proceed. That certainly beats sending a lab rat to the anomaly. Yeah, instead of using the transporter, we're going to fill the cylinder with biomatter and put it in a probe and try to send it through to the Tenshi.
Like physically have it travel through via the probe. Hamburgers, lettuce.
And probably an update on this is what happens to the transport.
There's a reason the goo isn't coming back.
Send that in the probe with an explanation.
Explain? Hmm. All right. I will aim a tractor beam at the anomaly instead of being pull to repulse, basically trying to push the anomaly away from us. Spend a few momentum. Get 2 dice. I'll send the information to Lauren. So we can't beam people over. We can't transport them over because there's an interference that's being caused that's causing aging. Tachyons aren't doing it. We don't know of a way to shield them. Actually, I'm going to pull up the commander that's in his quarters. I'll just call him. I'll ping his room, rather. This is Captain Athaton. There's some data you're going to see on the nearest comm panel next to you. We're currently engaged with an anomaly, and we're trying to figure out a way to get you and your people and my people back. We've tried a few solutions, as you probably have already seen. We've tried transporting people through. We've tried, the other side tried physically moving people through. We've tried to physically push the anomaly from us. But at present, we're kind of at an impasse, because at the moment, they seem to be quite a bit of peril at the moment. I'm not sure how to move either ourselves or them away from the anomaly. I'm trying to figure out either a way to get rid of the interference that we're seeing, or force a close of the anomaly. Even if we can't get you back immediately, we can, over time, try to get you back a different way. Because right now, this anomaly is too much of a danger to both ships. So either we need something that we can do quickly, or something that we can shut the gate, as it were. So if you have any ideas, or any of your crew are trained in temporal mechanics, I would appreciate any input you could give. Basic beam, some sort of phased graviton beam. Science, give it a let's see if we can figure out what that frequency is. Do. I have the ship. Someone could grab Linara.
Where is she?
Under science.
Oh, well, that makes sense. Oh, spell with a Y. All right, reason, was it reason plus science? Is that what I heard? See an applicable focus on there, so just do that. I'll take that spend. On both sides. Well, that's what they adjusted the transporter beam to during the transporter accident. Is it possible to generate a computer model that might predict what happens if we were to change the frequency or the variance of this graviton beam to the original transporter frequency? Oh, sorry.
What would happen? That's thinking aloud here. What would happen if we adjusted our shields to match the phase frequency? Would that possibly cancel it out, block it? But it wouldn't, and we don't want it to contact us because then it just ripples the whole ship apart. Is there a counter frequency that could be dissonant, basically canceling, that will help break the beam in that way? Basically, it rushing against a rock and breaking apart. Yep, I'll keep him on because this was his idea. Phase thing, not my idea. Harmonics. Why do you say that, Commander? Computer? Possible, yeah. You thinking firing back at it with the harmony? Oh. Do you think the Venture would have to do it on their end, or do you think we could just do it on ours? All right. Science, give them instructions to begin reconfiguring their beam to match what we're doing. And actually, Commander, if you could pass along your notes on how best the Venture could do it, because we are familiar with your ship, but you are more trained on it than you have more hours on it than we do, to put it mildly. Once you get the information, Lenara, pass it back through the probe. And I'll start to try to do it from the tactical station. If it stops being a security thing, he's going to ask someone else to do it.
Yes, Captain.
The engineer's here. Oh my god.
Well, yeah, I don't know that anyone told me that we couldn't do the beam anymore, but
Oh, I linked you in when I was talking to you about stuff, about this plan. Okay.
I concur. That
can
is the
agree.
priority.
I can agree with that. I'm feeling like very unuseful here. Just let me know what needs to be done.
Oops, I opened the wrong. I do need that sheet. I believe this is a Lauren. Lauren should be leading on this. The best engineer out of all of us right now.
What's the roll again?
There's no way I have the focus. So I'm not even worried about it. Daring engineering.
Take a threat, and I'm gonna spend 5 momentum to make all of the player characters have a 5 in engineering and what do I have a focus? No, then you don't get a focus, but you get a 5 in engineering.
So I'll temporary shift my engineering up to 5. Oh, control.
Oh, I forgot to roll veteran earlier.
And you said this was for both ships?
Yep. And essentially, everyone who's assisting has a 5 in engineering because of our engineer.
Oh.
Would coordinated efforts apply for Salon? Is it for talent use? I think that applies.
So we're getting progression too. I'm gonna give
Oh,
you.
you got the same one.
I'm gonna give you an extra threat and ask to spend my determination I got back from rolling an effect on my faith in those around me. My faith isn't in those around me because I need help from both Althatin and the team on the other side to do their parts. Okay. Oh, I rolled with a focus, which I should not have done, so only one of those is a crit.
If I'm correct, you can't spend determination on when you're assisting, right? All right, so
No, but you got a 5. We're gonna.
Oh, we all have a 5?
Everyone has a 5. Every player character has a 5. I think that's everybody. We'll spend 2 to quash Vogel's error. Complication, I mean.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10 minus 4. So 6 momentum was generated initially. And then we just lost 2 more.
Remember, I spent determination, so whatever the total was, add 2 to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
9. Oh, sorry. I'll take your math over mine.
Yeah, 14. Gonna spend a momentum to no, I'm not gonna do that. Who
If you're gonna do
has
your
who has a security lower than 3? 3
in
or lower.
engineering,
An engineering lower than 3 or lower.
I do. I've got a 1.
Vogel, what's yours?
Mine's a standard 4.
Okay, I think everybody is 4 except for Sarissa. So Sarissa, Vogel, and Salon get a momentum spin to give them a 5. Captain, you get to just have whatever your normal score is.
Yep, that's fine.
And we'll roll again. No threat, just straight roll.
Progression.
Oh, I forgot to roll veteran again. We want the momentum to go to the moon. None of you get, well, 1 momentum to give Sarissa a 5, because otherwise I don't think she could assist.
Yeah, she'd be lower than 2.
So you, yeah.
I'm a pocket engineer. I did not like the phrase pocket engineer.
It's the worst trade deal in the history of trade deals.
We were rolling.
Yes.
Normal stats with the 5.
5. No, normal. Yes.
Let's see if we get real lucky. Let's try beaming another test canister. Maybe we can still beam despite the. This is more of a Hail Mary thing of seeing if we can beam at the same coordinates on that same frequency if we happen to get it to where we want to go, or if it just beams into the middle of space like so many kilometers away from us, it just tumbles there. Okay, that's why I wanted to make sure that just to see if the easy answer wasn't just there. Like, oh,
No,
Center sweep of the area, please. And Ferric, you can take your station again. He goes back to his seat, kind of quietly. Sorry, you were going to say something, Lieutenant Lauren?
no, I was about to say out of character.
Oh.
I think the only thing I have left to solve this is that we just try to redo what we did before, beam them while the other ship beams in an ion storm with the different frequencies. The only problem with that is we can't coordinate with them onto beam at the same time anymore.
Yeah.
So I'm out of ideas.
Step ship down to yellow alert. Ops, send update of current situation to command, please. Lieutenant Laren, you have the bridge.
Aye, sir.
Thatton's going to go to the quarters of the commander. I'll chime the door. It's Captain Thatton, I say aloud, because I'm not sure. I don't recall if they had the chimes back then. I'll step in. Commander? I'm here to inform you that the plan worked. The anomaly has been closed. We did try to send a text canister back on the same coordinates and frequency. However, that had a predictable result of beaming it into open space. We currently have no communication with the Venture or its crew. Until I get orders otherwise, yes. The good news is that our understanding of temporal science has advanced since your time period. We've had a lot of experience with it. Unfortunately, we have yet to master it. For the purposes of our past, shoot. Pardon me, Commander. He walks over to her computer. Computer. Personnel pull up regarding the personnel file of the person in the room with me.
You can just say his first and last name or his first name, and the computer will pull it up. You don't have to give rank.
Oh, it's more that the player forgot the guy's name. So.
Oh.
It happens.
That's a good sign.
Mm-hmm. He'll press a button to clear the screen. There's a way to get you back, Commander. I just have to figure out what it is. Or your ship does. Time is relative. Which means something. For the time being, we're going to keep studying. You're going to be guests on our ship. We'll have to keep you and your crew on limited exposure to the ship, but we'll make sure that you're taken care of and checked. But if you have any ideas how to talk across space and time, I'm willing to hear it at the moment. I doubt that's something that you have off the top of your head, Commander, but... yeah. I find sometimes reaching out for the long shot turns out to be far more fruitful than one would think. In my experience, anyway. I will keep you up to date as the situation warrants, Commander. I leave it to your discretion on advising your crew. If you have any need of me, you can call the computer aloud, and identify yourself, and then ask for me by name, and I will reply as quickly as possible. Do you have any need at present, Commander? I would advise, Commander, I do not presume to tell you how to run your own ship or away team, but I would advise you to keep things at need to know, but be honest. It doesn't help. Evasion and obfuscation leads to resentment, I find. He opens his mouth like he's going to correct him and just thinks better of it.
They do in this century.
As you say, Commander. Good day.
I'll hail you. Lauren to the captain.
Captain here. He'll step into a turbolift. Please tell me I have a great idea, Lieutenant.
Why don't we try beaming them back, and we can adjust phase from the original beam.
Beam them where? The last time we tried to beam on that frequency into last coordinates, it just went into open space.
Yeah, we beam them onto the planet, and we beam them to where we beamed them up from. On that frequency.
We beam them down on that frequency to their last known location.
Yes.
In the hopes that happens to send them back to their time. They're not on the ship, but at least they're on the planet.
In the hopes that at some point in the next 100 and some odd years that the Venture does the same. If nothing else, it's a failure and we just have to beam them back up.
Well, nothing wrong with a long shot. Make it so, Lieutenant. I'm heading back to the bridge.
Well, then I guess I'm gonna pass you on the way because I'm headed down here to get these people.
Yeah.
Gonna head down here to get these people.
Meanwhile.
I suppose it's possible that we could attempt to recreate the accident that brought us here. Beam us back down to the planet where your crew was, on the same frequency. Lieutenant Vogel?
Yes.
What do you think? What do you think? Do you think that we need the presence of an ion storm to recreate the accident, or perhaps just beaming down on the same frequency? That it was just the frequency change that caused the problem? Or is there an artificial way to recreate, to add the element of the ion storm to the transporter beam?
If we are trying to recreate the transporter malfunction, we should at least we should also try to recreate the event surrounding it. It could have been that the catalyst that caused this was indeed the ion storm, or perhaps the ion storm interacting with the pillars down on the planet. They were giving off a strange electromagnetic reading. It is possible that the ion storm engaging with the energy from the site is what caused the malfunction in the first place.
Yeah, because the ion storm hadn't gotten to us yet. It was what, 5 minutes out? So it doesn't need to be directly over us, and these storms seem to happen when they happen.
There is so much about the site on the planet that we just do not know.
Captain Avery, where was the ion storm when you beamed your personnel back? Was it on the Henge site, or was it distant? Jim, can we tell from the transporter records if the ion storm was affecting the transporter beam? Or was it just some sort of magnetic interference?
I know we were beaming out minutes before it would hit us.
I'll use a momentum. What up if I had the right stat selected? Do I chance it and reroll? Why not? Moments before an ion storm actually hits a planet, the particles in the atmosphere do become positively charged. They do create ions.
Does Salon think that he could recreate that effect with the transporter? Him or I'm assuming that would be an engineering thing, but I may be assuming wrong.
If all we're trying to do is recreate those positively charged ions, we could just create something to create that effect.
Just charge the atmosphere.
Exactly.
Basic terraforming.
Over the area where the hedge was, we recreate those exact conditions and then beam down into it. It's worth a try. And if it doesn't work, it would prevent us from including the time frame.
Yeah. Technically, the solution, the good solution here is for them to just fly around the sun and come get you and fly around back.
Just put us in cryopods. We'll wait it out.
Let us make the attempt. If Captain Avery agrees, it is your ship, ma'am. I have every confidence in my captain and the crew. Let's do it.
What? Bissell doesn't get to go to Bajor and help save it from its terrible fate?
Someone's going to step to Captain Avery for a minute before we get on the pad, though. Captain, a word in private, if I may. Captain, you outrank me, so I cannot give you orders. But I would strongly advise you, if this is successful, and we are returned to our own time and your crew returns, that you order all these events classified. Order your crew not to speak of these events. And consider falsifying your log. Recording the anomaly as an unknown entity. And omitting the transporter accident from your logs completely. It is I understand. Please don't tell me that you met me. I would look forward to that, Captain. But it is of vital importance that my younger self never find out that you've met me. Yes, ma'am. For me and my away team, I thank you for your assistance, Captain. Live long and prosper. Salon, get on the pad.
Yes.
Commander,
Yes.
might we not want our gear back? Or are they
Oh.
just going to destroy it for us?
Nah, we should probably go. Good thinking.
More pointy edges.
It's a.
It could be rounded. It could be a cylinder. Doesn't need to be a box.
We use.
Salon looks at the others. I am quite satisfied with the aesthetic design of the Constitution class starship.
Oh,
They
infinite
are-
diversity.
They are excellent craft. They are excellent starships. Am I right, Captain Avery?
They were.
The only thing, yes, the only thing was I was going to talk with one of them before when I went to get them, before I came up here.
Pardon me.
I was going to talk with this one, the one in red. I'll ding on the door. And I'll walk in. What was her name again? It's Lieutenant Wilkinson. You mind if I call you Aurora? My name is Farron, and I will come sit down here next to her. We're about to send you back. We just need a favor from you. To keep our temporal prime directive, we have to go by certain guidelines. And I'll take out the chip that I downloaded earlier and hand it to her and say, you need to take this somewhere in accordance with our directives. The Bajoran Embassy on Earth. That's right. You might need to get passage to Bajor then. I know it's difficult, but hundreds of millions of lives depend on it. Millions will die. You can prevent that. Do you know what you would do for Earth if the Klingons conquered it? If they started killing off humans, wiping out cities? Do you know what you would do to stop it all? whatever you would do to save Earth, I want you to do for me with this. You probably won't see one for the rest of your life if you don't. Bajor's going to go through some hard times, but you can stop that. Klingons have a temporal prime directive?
Klingons, not really. Beyond the don't betray the Empire, but you know. That's universal. You're not supposed to betray in any event.
Can I just really don't want to fail at this. So can I burn the value nothing is as bad as Firestarter, because I want to stop the occupation, and the occupation was far worse than anything Firestarter could have ever done.
I mean, Firestarter went to Bajor. That would have been worse.
I don't think the Firestarter himself could solo the whole Cardassian military.
I don't know.
It's possible.
Sarissa's one character did like half the damage.
Yeah,
so
but that's a hero character.
No, he didn't. He did like 3 damage.
Well, you can get away from Firestarter by jumping out a window. I'm sure the Cardassians can manage that.
I don't know. That's expecting
3 damage by running up and punching it.
Would you accept any of my other 3 values on this? Because there's no reason to burn it if I... Would you accept me having faith that she'll carry this out? Oh, that's what I was going for, but I thought... Starfleet, this is definitely not the Starfleet way. Oh, I guess this is the Klingon way. Because they don't have temporal prime directive.
I mean, if you're Klingon, you just go back yourself and win the war, coward.
I don't think they do that either.
Yeah, if you
They
skip,
don't really go back in time.
if you
It's not
accept
really a-
Discovery as canon, the Klingons have great respect for the timeline.
Well, I mean, we didn't really need the second half of that statement. We accept that it's canon, but we do not hold ourselves to it. Yes, I will use the GM's recommended course of action.
Come on, 0. Could fail. It's like break a leg. Oh.
Okay, hold on.
Oh. Veteran. Oh.
Ah,
Yeah, but the determination spend. Oh,
that was difficulty
mind.
3.
What if you you are challenging a Starfleet directive of don't violate the bloody timeline.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will do. I will sell everything short of. Well, nope. I'd sell
Bajor.
my soul too.
Your soul? Because, yeah.
Don't worry, the paw wraiths will take it soon.
Can I just spin that momentum in another to create the advantage that she's not going to tell the commander or the captain of Venture?
She's so enthused or so impassioned.
In a very positive way. You will be a hero to millions. Whatever else may befall you can't possibly tarnish that. In her time, the original series is not over yet. Like Kirk is not. We're not to the movies yet. But he's really famous at this point.
Well, he's decorated and stuff by that point, yeah. He's that jerk who cheated at the test. Everyone knows that story.
I'll give you one thing for free to help you along. In a few years, Captain Kirk is going to do exactly what you're doing now. Something very similar. It includes whales. It's a long story, but he's going to do something very similar to what you're doing. And even in your time, I know you probably greatly respect and admire him, but people's respect and admiration for him will go off the charts when he does this for Earth. You can be like Captain Kirk. Remember, you don't have to tell anybody anything. Just go to Bajor, find someone in the Bajoran government, and give them that stick. That's all you got to do. Let's go. We'll get you back to your ship now. I can wiggle it into her tricorder if need be. Or she can just carry it.
Your clanoids remember you, and defend you. And don't thank me too quickly, Commander. You might be coming back if this doesn't work. All right, Lieutenant, let's see if this works. Well, yeah, but this whole process might not work.
Yeah. I'll beam them down. Oh, don't worry, Salon. I wasn't trying to imply that what she's doing is not entirely more destructive to the timeline than what Kirk. That was just a talk.
Oh, I know. But you got to start me thinking about what impact Star Trek 4 would have had on the timeline.
Yeah, the transparent aluminum is by far the largest impact they had. Take it. Oh, it was sensors engineering? Oh, no, that's for the ship. I thought you were telling me
since-
the roles. I don't have sensors. Oh yeah, he did nearly start World War III.
Lieutenant Laren, verify signature, please.
Before I can do anything about that, I'm going to pull up the file on the history of Bajor.